Hello, everyone. I am officially live yet again. I hope that you're doing well today. If you're new here, I'm Alex, and this is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints most every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you are watching live, welcome. And if you're watching the recording after the fact, Bub's telling you that you're welcome as well. But Keaton had to leave to go pick up a prescription, and Barker's freaking out about it, so I apologize about that. Today, I am going to exclusively be reading Where the Axe is Buried by Ray Naylor. I am still pretty early into the story. I'm only on page 75. I'm really enjoying it so far. I'm going to be trying to make as much progress in this book as possible because Kat and I have another book club meeting in less than 2 weeks now, and we are reading Major Pettigrew's Last Stand. And Kat informed me yesterday that she has already started it. I want to read this before I start on Major Pettigrew's Last Stand so I can dedicate all my time to reading just this book. So I gotta kind of hurry, not like rush or anything on it, but I just need to make sure that I'm not slacking. I don't want to stress myself out trying to get to our book club book. So if you're interested in reading our next book club pick, we are meeting on the 18th at 8 p.m. on Kat's channel. So, and it's 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. So we really hope that you will be there. This is, I think, kind of like a literary fiction, almost like a cozy romance type story is what the blurb comes across to me. And Where the Axe is Buried is very much not that. This is a dystopian kind of speculative fiction, sci-fi book, and it's kind of got a little bit of everything I really like. So I'm curious to see where this is going to go. And as always, this is a chill time. Sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack, curl up under a blanket, or put a fan on you, depending on the temperature. It's actually quite warm here right now. I was able to get my yard work done and everything in the nice cool hours of the morning, which was great. So I didn't have to worry about trying to do that in the heat of the day. And I'm sorry, Barker's still barking in the background. I don't know if you can hear him. But tonight, I am going to be drinking a beer. I have a Dos Equis, and I also have water with a electrolyte packet in it, and it's passion fruit flavored. So I'm going to be trying to stay hydrated while I also have my beer. And so you should let me know what it is that you are, snacking on or eating or having a drink tonight. I would love to hear about it. Now I'm going to go over and see who all is hanging out with us tonight. Rob is here. Hey, Rob. Rob says, grab a drink, grab a snack. I'm reading the War Master Dan Abnett 40K book. Cool. Hello, Sir Francis. Yes, Sir Francis is hanging out today. Keaton says, I'll go with Eggplant Pigma Charmy Hero. We actually ended up having zucchini linguine, which was, I made it from scratch, and it takes 2 zucchinis. You need Parmesan, cream cheese, parsley, Italian seasoning, vegetable stock, a shallot, and garlic, and of course the linguine. And it ends up being like a really delicious meal. You have to really like caramelize and brown the zucchini, and once you do that and the way it mixes with the cheese, it's fantastic. We had a nice quick dinner together before I had to come on sprints because I was also wrapping up work. And Kat says, hey, Alex and Rob. Hey, Kat. I'm eating some cantaloupe. Very nice. And watching a press conference about a shooting in Hammond. Sad situation. I'm really sorry to hear that. That is awful. Please tell me it wasn't a school shooting. Not that any kind of shooting is okay, because it's not, but I really hope that no kids were involved. And Rob giving some love to Kat. And Heidi's here. Hi, Heidi. Heidi says, hello. I started reading Guy Gavriel Kay's Under Heaven, and it is pretty great so far. Also listening to The Lincoln Highway by Amor Towles, my new favorite author. I am familiar with the book The Lincoln Highway. I've seen it many times. I've heard about it. I have never read it myself. So I'm glad it seems like you are enjoying it. And Rob is saying hi to Heidi. Heidi's saying hello to Rob and Kat. Mary's here. Hey, Mary. Mary says, hi, folks. And Magnolia's here. Hey, Magnolia. Magnolia says, hello, hello, everybody. I can finally join again. It's good to see you. These last months, it is so busy and chaotic and emotional. I'm so sorry to hear. I'm assuming that's not a good kind of emotional. He said, I just couldn't find time, was too tired, or I was just not feeling it. Glad to be back for now. Well, I'm happy to have you here. Everybody is happy to see you, I'm sure, for as long as you can hang out. If you're too tired, don't feel like you have to stay too long. It's totally okay. And Kat says hi to Heidi, and Rob's saying hi to Mary. Heidi's saying hi to Mary and Magnolia. Magnolia says hello, Heidi, Kat, and Rob. Mary giving waves all around. And Melissa's here. Hey, Melissa. Melissa's saying hi, all. And Nicole's here. Hey, Nicole. Nicole says hi, Alex. Glad to be here again, but heading out to eat soon. Well, thanks for stopping by. I hope you're getting something tasty. And Kat says, hi there, Magnolia. And Melissa says, I'll be reading Doppelganger by Naomi Klein. Very nice. Hope that's going to be fun. And Jamie's here. Hey, Jamie. Jamie says, hello, Alex in chat. And Magnolia says, not going to read in the sprint. I'll be working on my personal fan fiction. Oh, that sounds like a lot of fun. What series what universe are you writing fan fiction for? Rob says, Nicole, we only have 7 months before we get to 8.5. 7 months before we get to 8.5. 8.5 for what? And Heidi says, big basketball game on tonight here in New York. I'll be watching the last 5 minutes. Nice. And Naomi's here. Hey, Naomi. Naomi says, hello, everyone, and hello to you. And Angel says, hello, everyone, reading A Court of Thorns and Roses. Nice. I have never read that, so hopefully you end up enjoying it. I know it's a book that is quite contentious. People either love it or they hate it. There doesn't really seem to be an in-between. And Rob says, hello to Naomi. He says 89 degrees here. Oh my gosh. Wow. I think ours is mid 80s. But the humidity hasn't been too bad. It'll get worse, but it hasn't been too bad so far. And Anne is here. Hi, Anne. Anne says, good afternoon. Trying to finish The Queen and Her Presidents by Susan Page. Very interesting. I just got my signed copy of Whistler by Ann Patchett. Very cool that you got a signed copy. And Mary says, reading Never Broken by Jewel Sarum by Jewel Sarum by Edward Rutherford, Emma by Jane Austen, and Chasing the White Line by James Hannibal, drinking a sugar-free vanilla-iced coffee and enjoying every sip. I'm guessing that it's got some sort of other sweetener in it. I'm curious what the sweetener is, because I have found that some of them are pretty good and other ones I can't stand. It really depends. And Rob says, I'm drinking a Leinenkugel Summer Shandy beer. Very nice. I'm glad that we're beer buddies tonight, Rob. And oh my God, I know it's not Nikki. Is it Jen? Oh my God. I'm going to be so mad at myself if I just messed that up. I'm so sorry. You said, hello, everyone, reading Dungeon Crawler Carl and Thorn of Glass on page 546 and Dungeon Crawler Carl on page 85 of Throne of Glass. And 546 is pretty deep into Dungeon Crawler Carl, so good for you. How are you liking it so far? And Heidi says, Alex, that zucchini dish sounds super. I always roast it with corn for a summer succotash. Oh, that sounds really good. Yeah, that would be awesome. But corn's good. I love corn. And Nicole says, I'm working on it, Rob. I recently read The Necessary Beggar. Have you read that? And Magnolia says, unfortunately, not a good emotional no. I think I told you about my grandma passing away. 2 months later, my uncle passed away as well. So yeah, it is emotional here. That's so terrible. My condolences to you, and hoping for peace and comfort for you and your family. And Rob says, 8.5 books we both like. I have forgiven her for not liking the bee sting. Well, that's good, because I know that was a point of contention for a while. And Chris is here. Hi, Chris. Chris says, hello, Alex. Nice to spend another Friday with you. Well, it's very nice to have you here. Thank you. And Magnolia says, fan fiction-wise, not a kind of existing world. This is with a lot of French actors and singers, which I am a fan of, and I'm writing myself in as well. We have loads of adventures. That's cute. It's a self-insert fanfic. And Angela says, hi, Alex and friends. What? Book club is on the 18th. I better get busy. I'm reading Lonesome Dove too. love. Well, I'm really glad that you're enjoying that. Everybody, except for Zach, did not seem to like Lonesome Dove, except for like the very last part of the book, but everybody else seems to like it pretty well. So that's awesome. Allie, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I'm so mad at myself for that. I appreciate that you're forgiving me and being kind to me about it. I promise I'm trying. I accidentally called Naomi your name one night because I got confused because both of your accounts started with an N, but the picture was different. And I was like, I don't remember Allie's profile having a photo, but it could have changed because sometimes people change their pictures. And then yeah, I was just a mess. I figured it out that I was calling her the wrong thing, but it was just that was embarrassing. So I'm sorry to both of you. And Anne says, I now have 3 signed Anne Patchett books. That's so cool. Good for you. Allie says, I'm loving Dungeon Crawler, Carl. That's wonderful. Magnolia says, thank you, Alex. And you are most welcome, as always. So I'm going to go ahead and give you all your first question of the evening. And my first question for you is going to be, what's a pizza topping that most people hate but you secretly love? And Angela says, did Zach dislike it as much as A Man Called Uva? No, he didn't. He didn't say that he hated it because A Man Called Uva was a book he overall really despised because he didn't like the main character. I think the main reason he didn't like Lonesome Dove was because of the portrayal of he said it was the majority of the female characters were just kind of set pieces and they didn't they didn't really do anything. This is me paraphrasing what I remember him saying, that there was one character he and I think it was Heidi were talking about that they really liked, who was a female character, but he said that she was the only good one and came in too late into the story. So that's all I know about it because I haven't read it myself. I can't remember what final rating he gave it. I think he gave it 3. So still a lot better than A Man Called Uva. But you all have your first 45 minutes up on the clock. It sounds like Keaton just got home safely, which is good. And I am going to dive into my book. So, wish you all very happy reading. I will see you in a bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made some good progress during that sprint, and that's even with the first 10 minutes doing laundry because I forgot that I had clothes in the dryer and needed to fold them before they got wrinkled. So I had about 35 minutes and I read 18 pages in that time. So not bad. And hopefully you also made some progress or were productive in some way if you wanted to be. And before we left, I asked you all the question, what's a pizza topping that most people hate but you secretly love? Magnolia says a man called Uva was okay for, I think I gave it 3.5 stars. Yeah, I was just talking with Mary, or not Mary, sorry. I was just talking with Kat about that yesterday where I was like, I wonder if I reread A Man Called Uva if I would rate it as highly or if I would rate it any lower because I know that I'm a very sentimental person and sometimes books hit me a certain way. And I've wondered in the past, like if I were to reread it at a different point in my life, would it hit the same way? And I'm not really sure about that one. Some books I'm like, absolutely, I think I would love that no matter how many times I read it. A Man Called Uva is a little bit different. I don't know next time or even I don't even know that I would read it again. Mary says banana peppers. I love banana peppers. My favorite pizza topping that's unconventional is artichoke. And that is something that Keaton does not care for on his pizza. So, if I can like get my own half of a pizza or have my own personal pizza, I love to have artichoke on it. I also like anchovies, but not like I haven't had them on a pizza in a really long time, but I remember my dad got one and let me try it because he likes anchovies sometimes on his pizza, and I enjoyed it. So that's kind of a for me, but if I had to choose, it would be artichoke. Magnolia says, I have no idea in terms of pizza toppings. I don't have obscure things on my pizza. My favorite is 4 cheese, but I don't know if a lot of people hate that. No, who could hate all that cheese unless you're lactose intolerant? He said, oh my God, I never knew banana peppers was a real food. I follow a YouTube channel and I thought she just mixed the two words, but it's actually something. Hashtag eye opener. Yeah, banana peppers, pickled banana peppers for me are the best. I put them in quesadillas, on tacos. I mean, they're just a wonder food. But I love pickles too. So that's the thing. I have had like fresh out of the garden banana peppers, and I will say that I do not enjoy those nearly as much as the ones that have been in brine. Heidi says Lonesome Dove has two women. One is a prostitute and the other one owns a cattle ranch. So their situations dictate their characters very much. One is poor, one is rich. As a woman, I can say they are both wonderful characters, substantial and not cartoonish. Absolutely, and I think it's important too that when women are being characterized in stories, it's the same thing with like people of color or people who are queer. Like if you read the story and like you're not a member of that group, but somebody who is a member of that group thinks it's a good portrayal, I think that that means something. And everybody's going to have their opinion. Like some women who read it might feel the same way that Zach did, and some women who read it might not. But so far, it seems like you ladies that have read the book have really enjoyed those characters, and I kind of wonder if I might as well. And Rob says, I don't think it's hated, but mushrooms on pizza. Oh, I love mushrooms on pizza. Oh my God. That's like one of my favorite toppings. When I was growing up, my pizza of choice was pepperoni and mushroom. And Angela says, pineapple. Okay. I have had a Hawaiian pizza, and now that I've had a good one, I can get behind that. I can enjoy a Hawaiian pizza. And Magnolia says, Rob, mushrooms overall is hated by you. Oh no. Talkana says, can't stick around, but hope you all have a great weekend. And I'm sure she's gone by now, but bye, Talkana. Heidi says, I love pineapple and ham toppings. Talkana says, to answer the question, though, I love green olives with sausage and onion. Nobody in my family will eat it with me, though. Oh, I would. I would eat that. And Rob sending the mushrooms over to Magnolia. Magnolia says, Rob, okay, just to eat, of course. Haha, I love to look at them. And Jamie says, it's no secret. I love banana peppers and add them to a lot of things. They are very tasty on pizza. Absolutely. Angel says, green chili, pepperoni, and pineapple. That is a combination I would try. And Blake showed up and says, hi, which I said hello back and asked how the store was. She says, I like anchovies on my pizza. There you go. I like it. I should try that again sometime. And maybe I could do a wombo combo with artichoke and anchovy and pepperoni and mushroom. See how that goes. He said it's good, busy with summer reading. Well, that's an exciting time. I love that. And Jacqueline's here. Hi, Jacqueline. Jacqueline says, hello, everyone. This evening I am reading The Queen's Cook by Tessa Afshar. I love a nice Hawaiian pizza. I know pineapple on pizza is controversial, but pineapple with Canadian bacon is superb. I absolutely agree. And I don't know if it's traditional to put cinnamon on it, but my little cousin, that's her favorite pizza. And so I had it for her birthday party because I was like, okay, what is it about this that she likes so much? And I had multiple pieces. I also never would have put cinnamon on a pizza, unless it's like one of those dessert kind of pizzas, like with the bread, like they turn them into like breadsticks almost, and they've got like the cinnamon sugar and the icing on them. I think Papa John's is the one that does that. Anyway, I never would have thought for a savory pizza to put cinnamon on it, and it was a good choice. And Jamie says that was a lunch and errand sprint. Good job. Picked up prescriptions, lunch, and library holds. Also finished The Wild Robot. How did you like The Wild Robot, Jamie? And Magnolia says, oh, I do ask myself that question as well, especially with my 6-star rated books. A bit scared for a reread because of that, but at the same time, I really want to reread some. Yeah, there's definitely books in my collection that I want to reread one day, and I have to, I think, accept that, maybe if I were to reread them, that I wouldn't love them as much. But there's also that part of me that's like, I might love them just as much. The first time that I read the Guernsey Literary and Potato Peel Pie Society, I was worried that the second time that I read it, that I wouldn't enjoy it. And I loved it all the same the second time. So, maybe. Melissa says, read about 20 pages and got to 94 of 416 in Doppelganger. Great job. And Jamie says, yay, I'm alone on banana peppers. You're not alone on banana peppers. And Melissa says, love having mushrooms on my pizza. One of my favorites is mushroom pizza with a white sauce. Oh, I probably would like that. And Magnolia says, are banana peppers spicy? So I don't think so. Especially not pickled banana peppers. They kind of add like, how would you all describe it? I think that they add the mildest of heats. Like they give like that really nice kind of tang. It's spicier than a pickle, but nowhere near like pickled jalapeno, in my opinion. So if you can go to the store and you can find a small jar to taste test sometime, put it on like a quesadilla, a taco, something like that, and just like take a bite with it. Preferably when they're warmed up. Don't like put them cold out of the fridge, like from the jar onto warm food. Like heat them up with the food and eat them that way, and check it out. And I think it's really good. Magnolia says, oh, I love a pizza at Domino's with barbecue sauce on it. That's a bit obscure, right? I love that. I think that's becoming more mainstream because I've had pizza with barbecue sauce on it. It was like a chicken barbecue pizza, which is also not something I would traditionally get. I had that fairly recently. My other cousin, we went over to a housewarming for her and she ordered that. And I was like, oh, I like that too. I am not a huge pizza person. So when I was growing up, I ate pizza every single day at school. And it was like those, crappy little rectangular pizzas that you can get in the cafeteria. At least in the US, that's what it's like. Every single day I got that damn pizza. And now it's got to be like a really special thing for me to want to eat pizza. And I know of some places I actually want to take Keaton to in town, because he's never been to them. And I know that they have quality pizza, but I kind of just have to be like, okay, today's going to be a pizza day. Jamie says, I loved it. We'll definitely continue the series. That's great. It was like the new hotness when it came out. I know that like all the kids were reading that. And Zach says, I did like Lonesome Dove. I could get past it. I just got really, really sick of the word whore. And those were how to ask majority women were referred to independent. Oh, okay. So they used the word whore to describe a woman who was independent. I think that that's what you're saying. So, well, I mean, I'm glad that you at least liked it. That's good. Well, what rating did you give it? Didn't you give it like a 3, or did you give it higher than that? And Nicole's back, and Nicole says less spicy than horseradish and more vinegar heavy than not. Yes, agreed. Magnolia says I can handle a jalapeno pepper on it or in something. Yeah, it's way less spicy than a jalapeno. So I think you would probably like it then. And Rob says Domino's, a face palm. And Jamie says, yeah, I meant not alone. I got it. He says, darn it. Zach says, my favorite simple pizza is sausage, mushroom, and black olive. That'd be solid. And Angela says, I choose barbecue sauce as a base for my Hawaiian pizza with ham and pineapple. Much better than pizza sauce. Barbecue sauce always on my sausage rolls. And Magnolia says, Rob, I know. Oh my God, I want it to be fast. And Jacqueline says, in college, my friends and I went to a place that had a chicken bacon ranch pizza. I've heard of those. Ranch was used in place of the red sauce, and it was amazing. I probably would like that. I'm not a big bacon person. I'm like one of the random oddballs on this planet that eats meat but is not a huge bacon person. So I don't know. I would try it though, as long as the bacon is cooked well and incorporated well, and it's not the most overpowering flavor. I probably would enjoy it. Alrighty, thank you everybody. That was a lovely discussion, and I'm going to go ahead and put our next question up, and that's going to be: you're flying on a plane. Which seat would you prefer? Aisle, middle, or window? I don't think a single person is going to say the middle seat. That would be wild to me, but who knows? I'm putting it out there. I mean, there's three options. I've got to give you all three. And Kat says maybe BLT. I love it. Plus, my fave is a pepperoni pizza. I love that. Just a simple pepperoni. And Magnolia says, I never had ranch. I don't think we have that here in the Netherlands. You don't have ranch? Oh my God. Okay. Well, if you ever come to the US, you have to try ranch dressing. I promise your life will be changed forever. Potentially, I mean, for maybe for the worst, if you end up really liking it, then you can't take it home. You'd have to like smuggle bottles through the airport of, ranch dressing. But so here's the thing, Magnolia, about ranch. There's so many varieties of it. It's not really like mayonnaise or like there's only a couple types. There's so many different kinds of ranch, and many restaurants make their own house ranch, which are always the best ones. It's not like going and getting Hidden Valley that you can get at the store and like just keeping a bottle of that at home. It's like you want like the good homemade stuff. That stuff is like crack. It's good on like everything, good on, chicken, on a burger, on French fries, on salad. It's amazing. And Zach says, sorry, voice typed outside. That was supposed to say the W word is how most women were referred to and depicted. I get you. I gave it 4 stars because of that, and that it was a little bloated. 4 stars is still really good though, Zach. I don't know why I was thinking. I guess it must have been because you were talking about the portrayal of women that I thought that you didn't like it as much, but I'm happy to hear that you gave it 4 stars because that's a solid rating. You said, I swear somehow voice typing is getting worse. I have noticed that it's missing a lot when you've tried it. I try to fill in the gaps as best I can, but I appreciate you trying. And Magnolia says, or shall I say Netherlands, Rob? And Naomi says, oh, sorry, you're answering the question, which means I got to go to the next sprint because we have an answer for our question and I can't read it yet. All right, everybody, another 45 minutes up on the clock. And I wish you very happy reading and see you soon. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I am very deep in my reading right now. I'm on page 119. I feel like it's kind of just breezing on by. That's how interesting it is. So, making some really good progress. Before we left, I asked you all the question. You're flying on a plane. Which seat would you prefer? Aisle, middle, or window? I can say for damn sure that my least favorite seat is the middle. I personally would prefer a window seat, not only because of the view, but sometimes just because I like to be able to control the amount of light that's coming in, which can be very comforting. But, you know, if I have to be in the aisle, that's okay, because at least if I have to go to the restroom, like, it's immediately available. But being in the middle is just like the worst of both worlds. And Naomi says window for sure. And Melissa says window for me. Hate aisle seats. Zach says the history of ranch dressing is actually interesting. Hidden Valley is legit the original. I didn't know that. I mean, it makes a lot of sense that they would be the original, but I would say that they are not the best, even if they are the original. Rob says Magnolia Forno Pizza, placed by me, is the thin crust type, and it's great. Magnolia says, I will go to the supermarket on Monday. I will have a good look if we have it here or not. For banana peppers. If you do, it will be with your pickles. It'll be in the pickle aisle. At least it should be. You said, Rob, I love both thick and thin crust. Love them both. As an absolute cheese lover, I love the cheese crust as well. Heidi says, I do not plan to ever step on a plane again, but when I did travel, I preferred the aisle seat. Okay. How come you don't want to ever be on a plane again, Heidi? And Nicole says, heading out, we'll check back later after food trucks. Ooh, food trucks. I'm going to have to ask you what kind of food trucks you got. And Magnolia says, Rob, by this reaction, I understand you didn't do a facepalm because of the capital D, but because of the place to get pizza. Yes, which is not the only place I go. That's the way I interpreted it as well. And you said, for me, the window seat. Rob put in his window. And Kat says, window seat for me, please. And Kirsten's here. Hey, Kirsten. Kirsten says, hi, everyone. Just hopping on. I'll be running some errands and doing some chores and hoping to read a bit. Wonderful. And Kat says, hey to Kirsten. And Jamie says, window seat, please. And Alicia Yo is here. Hey, Alicia. She said, I'll take aisle or window, but I'm freaking out if I get stuck in the middle. If you choose middle, please explain yourself. I'm curious to see who puts middle. And Angela says, window only. Okay, so Angela's going to come over here fighting it out with somebody if they sit in her seat. She's gonna deck them. And Allie says middle. Allie said middle. Oh my God, Allie. Okay, so you have people who are going to want to know why. Why the middle seat? And Kat says, Barry made us shrimp baked potatoes for dinner. Ooh, yum. We are going to watch Greenland too. I'll have you up in the background. Well, thank you, my friend. Tell Barry I said hello. And Rob says, Kat, do you have Netflix movie Train Dreams is magnificent? What is Train Dreams about, Rob? And Jamie said, oh, yes, I agree, Rob. Train Dreams is a beautiful film. Jamie, what is it about? And Rob says, Jamie, Angela's bookcase mentioned that she just read the novel, and searching, I saw that there was a movie, so I put it on right away. Amazing. Oh, so it's based off of, is the novel by the same name? I guess I'll just look it up to confirm. Oh, it's a novella. Okay. Oh yeah, it's got the big old Netflix emblem on the front cover. Okay, so I know it's the same one. Zach says window seat. And Jamie says the audiobook is fantastic too. It's narrated by Will Patton, who narrated the film. Oh, cool. They got the same person. You never hear about that happening. By the way, the film was Oscar nominated this past year. No way. Well, now I'm super curious. I don't have Netflix, unfortunately. Melissa says, read 28 pages and got to page 122 of 416 in Doppelganger. Wonderful. And Magnolia says, no for ranch. And, looking to see if there's ranch at where you're at. Okay, I got you. Zach says Hidden Valley wasn't originally mass produced. Ranch dressing was something one chef and one restaurant created. I feel like that is very common. Like something is just so popular that it catches on. It's kind of like the Dubai chocolate craze where like it was one specific company that made it and then before you knew it like everybody was creating it, and which I guess in that case was a good thing because the original was so expensive that it was like prohibitively difficult for people to buy it. Like who wants to pay $60 for a bar of chocolate? Like that's crazy, and you don't even know if you're going to like the chocolate. So I got to try the Dubai chocolate at a chocolatier fudge making place that was local to me, and I was so glad that I never spent. I like never fell for the hype anyway. I was just really curious about it, so I got like these little bites. I'm so happy that I wasn't somebody that was interested in that and paid $60 for a bar of chocolate because it was that stuff is not worth it. Jamie says, no, reading that Sprint just got home and end up in a group chat with my oldest friends. That's so sweet. Hope you're having a great time talking with them. Zach says, Hidden Valley is the only bottled ranch I like, though. No, absolutely. I'm not saying that they aren't a quality ranch dressing. They absolutely are. I'm just saying that if I have to pick my favorite or I have like a choice, I want to go to a restaurant that has their own house made ranch because in my experience, those are the best ones. But if you have to buy ranch in a bottle, Hidden Valley is the way to go. Anne says, I prefer the train. That's fair. She's like, don't put me on a plane. Put me on a train. But on a train, you get to pick whether you want a window seat or not, right? I haven't been on a traditional train. I went on one out, for the Grand Canyon trip where it was just two seats. But I think so. There wouldn't be a middle seat in those cases. It'd either be aisle or window. So, do you care about either one? Jamie says it's a very short novella. Okay, but it's a full feature length film. Magnolia says, I love Dubai chocolate, but it's way too expensive indeed. Yeah. And maybe the kind that I had wasn't even that great because I only tried it the one time. But the fact I got it from a place that makes their own chocolate, I was like, well, I mean, if it's going to be good, I'll probably like it here. So it's not really something I'm invested in ever trying again. But if like somebody bought it and it was from a different chocolatier, I would try it again just to see if my opinion about it changed. But I doubt that it would. I like pistachio, but I'm not that big of a pistachio lover to go and try to seek that out. Well, thank you everyone for answering the questions and continuing the conversation. I will put up our next question for the next 45-minute sprint, which is, did you ever have a nickname that you hated? And if so, who gave it to you? This could end up being deeply personal for people. If you telling this would make you upset, don't feel like you have to share. If you feel like you talking about it would be funny. Like in my case, I have like a positive association with remembering how much I didn't like my particular nickname. That's a little bit different. So just let me know. And Magnolia says, I'm going to go to bed now. I am a big pistachio lover. Well, I hope you have a wonderful evening, Magnolia. I hope for healing for you, my friend, and that you have a very nice weekend. And Anne said, is either aisle or window. I prefer the window. The scenery is entertaining. Yeah, absolutely. If I was on a train, I feel like I'd have to be in the window seat. And Kirsten says, short flight, window, cozy, long flight, aisle, so I can easily get to the bathroom. Also, I used to be a flight attendant, so that was the jump seat. Oh, yeah, that's cool. I had no idea you used to be a flight attendant. I learned something new about you. Magnolia says, nice to be here again for some time. Bye-bye all. Bye-bye, Magnolia. Until next time. Alrighty. And with a peace out to Magnolia, we got 45 minutes up on the clock. I just realized that I never turned on my light at all. So I got to turn my lights on. It's getting a little bit dark in here. And I'll see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I actually was having a long science fiction discussion with Keaton. I was talking about my book, and he was talking about the Dune franchise, which is still something that I need to participate in. But we were kind of like comparing notes about like politics and philosophy and how they come up in these books. So I didn't do a lot of reading during that last sprint, but I did get to page 130. Given the fact I started on 75, I'm making good progress. I think I'll double my page count by the time the night is over, which feels really, really good. So let me know how it is that you did. And before we left, I asked you all the question, did you ever have a nickname that you hated? And if so, who gave it to you? See, Jamie said yes, full length film, 1 hour and 42 minutes, nominated for Best Picture, Cinematography, Adapted Screenplay, and Original Song. Original Song? Well, isn't that cool? I love it. Thank you. That's for Train Dreams. That's what it was called, I think. And Anne said, this is funny now, but not at the time. After my mom passed, a man at church kept calling me Little Orphan Annie. Oh my God, no. He said I finally had to ask him to stop. That is so fucking rude. Sorry for my language, but like if I lost my mom and somebody said that to me, I think I'd want to slap the shit out of them. Oh my gosh. Jamie said, oh my God, Am, that's horrible. Yeah, it is. And Melissa said, thanks for sprints. See you next week. Oh, I didn't realize Melissa was peacing out. And Jamie says, one of those old friends I was just chatting with started calling me T-Rex because I had such short arms. That was many years ago, and it's funny now because the whole group sends me memes, cards, etc. Aw. Zach says, it didn't bother me, and it wasn't a personal nickname, but my friend group in high school was called the Dirties. That was mostly because we were the smokers that smelled like cigarettes. That almost sounds like a band, Zach. You're the Dirties. And Jamie says, anything with a T-Rex unable to reach something. That's actually really cute. Kirsten says, no, I love nicknames because they're such terms of endearment. The only thing I don't like is for the rare person who I do not like to call me by my nickname. Makes my skin crawl. That is fair. I've definitely had nicknames in my life that it's only for people who like I would be close with. I would never want other people to call me that. One nickname I had was one that my mom gave me. So this was the one I was thinking of when I came up with this question. My mom and I used to watch Chitty Chitty Bang Bang all the time, and there's that song where he's singing about "You're my little coochie face," and I think he calls her Pookie in that song, and my mom used to call me her Pookie, and I hated it with a fiery passion of 1,000 suns. But what's really great now is like not that I want her to call me that, but I find it really endearing because I know that it's just because my mom like loves me so much, and that was supposed to be like a term of endearment, but I was young and I was like, ow, it's like you don't want that from your parents at that time. So yeah, I was my mom's Pookie. And Kirsten says, but you all are welcome to call me KK or Cursed or the veg. The veg. I like that. Cursed is fun too. It's nice. And says, Jamie, her funeral was on a Saturday. I went to church the next day, and that's what he called me. I ran in the bathroom sobbing. That guy is a monster. Oh my God. I hope somebody put him in his place. That's just terrible. Mary said, finished Emma and made it to 40% of Never Broken, Jules' memoir. Great job. Zach says, my school didn't have a toxic clique culture that was heavily discouraged in Colorado after Columbine. Despite the name, we were relatively popular because we were the ones that got cigs, alcohol, and other stuff. I mean, I'm glad to hear that you didn't have a cliquey high school. I definitely did have one, but it's weird. I was kind of oblivious to it, I guess. Like I look back on how I thought about stuff and like I knew which kids were like the sporty ones and stuff, but I never like I guess I just really didn't pay attention to anybody else, which I guess sounds really selfish, but I was always focused on like my group of friends and like my education, and if people wanted to talk to me, that's great, and if they didn't really talk to me, I didn't really notice them kind of thing. So I guess I was spared a little bit of that. Sometimes when you're a kid, it's nice to kind of be in your own little world and be oblivious because I feel like a lot about the world and stuff didn't hurt me as badly back then. I had some rude awakenings when I became an adult, I guess you could say. And Stina says, "Hello, Alex, Sir Francis in chat." Hey, Stina. "Just home from running errands. I've left Assassin's Apprentice too long, so I'm starting over this evening." Oh, man, you're starting from the beginning. I'm sorry for that. You said not really a nickname, but in kindergarten there was a Christine, and the teacher kept getting confused. Never mind that she was Christy and I was Chris. She mandated that I was Tina. Oh, Christine was to remain Christine. Neither of us was happy with this. Then mom left me with a church babysitter while she was in a meeting. The babysitter decided that Tina was pronounced Tina. What? I have never answered to Tina ever since that day. Oh my gosh, bless your heart. No, Tina, no. I don't like that. That was kind of like when I was growing up, there would be people who, they would ask me like, "Oh, is your name short for anything?" And then they would start guessing like, "Oh, it's like Alexis." Like I remember at one point in my life, there was somebody who kept calling me Alexis, and my name absolutely was not that. It was just, I don't know, it's really infuriating. I'll actually tell you, I would much prefer a nickname than somebody calling me by my full name. It's the reason why I never say it on here. Like if people are ever like, "Oh, well, what's your name short for?" Like I will never say because I don't go by that name. Not because it's a bad name. It isn't. Like I had to kind of explain this to Keaton at one point where I logically know that that is my legal name. I have no emotional attachment to that name. So it feels very hollow for somebody to call me by my full name versus calling me Alex, which is what I have gone by for the majority, like a very, very long time in my life. I was the one that decided I wanted to go by that, and that's what I've gone by forever. And so it's weird when people call me by my government name, as it were, because I don't like that. And there was this person. It was only I think 2 or 3 years ago. I went to the dentist. And she called me by my full name, and I said, "Oh no, you can just call me Alex." And she goes, "No, I'm going to call you by your full name because I think that's pretty." And I just remember being so absolutely offended by that. Like I would prefer you call me something mean than look at me and say that you're not gonna, call me by my preferred name because you think that my full name is prettier. Like, good for you. I didn't freaking ask. You know what I mean? It's I don't know. People are weird about names sometimes. That's also one of the reasons why I feel really bad if I forget somebody's name is because I don't know who said the phrase that like the best the best sound to our ears is the sound of somebody calling us by our own name, like our right name. And so that's why I hate accidentally calling people the wrong name. And Angela says, "I love my nickname. My uncle gave it to me before I was 2 years old. I have several cousins that don't even know who Angela is." Oh my gosh. No, that's cute. Jamie says, "I made it to page 98 in The Princess Bride." Nice. And says, "I put him in his place." Good for you. That guy sucks. And Stina says, "I had a boyfriend who called me Chrissy. Nobody else on the planet could get away with that. One other boyfriend called me Chrissy, but he was a jerk and his Chrissy privileges were rescinded." And Heidi says, "Heidi Doody was a name I got as a tease name. It was the puppet Howdy Doody's sister. The little kid just liked to say Doody." Oh, I didn't know Howdy Doody had a sister, but I know Howdy Doody. Stina says, "I would let Brian call me Chrissy, but he has no interest." That's fair. Stina is a really cool name, though. And Mary says, "Thank you for sprints. My table is in the red. It needs, oh, tablet. My tablet is in the red. It needs charged." Bye, Mary. And Zach says, "I just finished Emma. I'm going to be starting a sapphic retelling called Miss Woodhouse and Miss Fairfax, which is about Emma and Jane Fairfax getting together." Well, I hope you have a great time with that one. And Heidi says, Fitz Farseer, I would love Kat and Alex to pick Assassin's Apprentice as a book club pick. Dogs play a huge role in the books, and Robin Hobb is wonderful. Yeah, I remember Assassin's Apprentice, Heidi, because I did put it on a wish list. I'll eventually will get around to that too, but I think that's also another series. And I have Wheel of Time. I gotta finish Dark Tower. Kat and I have to finish Dark Tower this year, and then I have Wheel of Time, which is going to take for freaking ever. And Stina says, I'm the same way with Christina. Even though my parents have always called me Christina and I often use it in workplace, I feel no connection to the full thing. Jamie says, yeah, how about you call me by the name I told you to use, people? Stina says, I don't consider myself non-binary or bi gender, but I'm most comfortable with Chris or Stina. Yeah, I'm not non-binary or bi gender either, but like I think maybe some people have a hard time with Alex because so many points in my life, like before somebody sees my face or they know who I am, they automatically assume I'm a man. So I wonder if like that's a thing where if people call me by my full name, it's like, oh, that's a girl, and it's like it's a it's an androgynous name. Like to me, it shouldn't matter either way. And Anne says, when we were young, if your parents called you by your first name, middle name, and last name, you knew you were in big time trouble. Mine was my full first name and my middle name was how I knew that I was in big trouble. And I still to this day hate being told that. And it was funny, Keaton teasing me one time. I was doing something, I can't even remember what it was now, but he was trying to like be like, oh, don't do that. And he jokingly did that. And I was like, do not ever call me that ever again, because that was something that only my parents and my grandparents did. And I freaking hate it to this day. And Chris said, I will never understand people who think it is their right to determine what you should or should not be called. I know, it's crazy. Fortunately, it's weird. I had that interaction with her, and I don't think I ever saw her again. I went to the same dentist, but she wasn't there. Like the next time I came around, it was a different hygienist. But it was just like, it goes to show that that interaction, though, had an impact on me because I remember it. Like most interactions we have, it's just like, even if it's like 30 minutes, you're probably not going to remember it years later. But yeah, that one's always stuck out. But thank you all for answering that question. It was really awesome to hear your nicknames and stuff. So we're about to head into the last two sprints of the evening. I tell you what, it's going by fast. I don't know what it is. I think it's because the light is staying out so late now. Like Keaton ended up going to bed last night a little bit after 9, and it was still light outside when he went to bed. And I was like, oh, this is beautiful. It's such a long day. And it just makes me feel really good. It gives me that extra energy. So I feel like I hope anyway, that I'm going to be productive this weekend. I think it's going to rain, which always like dips my energy levels a lot, but I'm still going to try. Well, we got our last two sprints of the evening. The last 45 minutes is the one that's coming up. And I'm going to put one of my two questions I always ask every week, which is, what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? It just needs to be interesting to you. Doesn't have to be interesting to anybody else. I like learning new things, even if I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. So please share it with me, because I think that shit is fun. And I got 45 minutes up on the clock. I'm going to dive back into my book, and I'll see you on a little bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 147 in Where the Axe is Buried. And that means that I've pretty much doubled the page count that I started at today, which is fantastic. I also just went and made myself some microwave edamame. So I'm being really good and eating a lot of veggies tonight. I had, basically an entire zucchini, and now I'm having edamame. So woohoo! It's very tasty. I love edamame. It's like such an awesome like anytime snack. I was actually pleasantly surprised because I didn't remember that I had any in my freezer, and I was about to eat some dinner rolls, and then I saw the edamame and I was like, "Oh, it's magic." I'm so excited. So, before we left, I asked you all the question, what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? Mine is going to be a little bit different this time, so I will come back to mine here in just a second. Anne says, unfortunately, people call me Annie, which I hate. Now I just look around to see who answers. That's understandable. You don't, you only go by what you answer to. Is that what the phrase is? Something like that. Naomi says, I learned way too much about plumbing this week because my brother, who is a plumber, drove me to an appointment 2 hours away. Aw, he was excited to tell you about his trade. That's sweet. And Kirsten says, I learned a new word from Sharon McMahon's private governor group. The word is petrichor, and the early scent. It is the earthy scent produced when rain falls on dry soil. Did you all know this word? Petrichor is the name of a character from the Saga comics, and that very much, I think, does describe her. Yeah, I think that's talked about in that story too. But I haven't heard that in a while because I've only ever heard that name for that character. So it's nice to hear it brought up in conversation. Rob says there are 10 One Piece statues in Kumamoto, Japan. Eiichiro Oda, the creator of the manga, donated most of the money for the art. That's cool. I love it. One Piece is awesome. The card game's really fun. Steven says, I learned that the abominable snow rabbit, Looney Tunes, was in fact making an allusion to Of Mice and Men. Oh, dang. That's interesting. Zach says, Pengu carve trails in the snow called penguin highways. A penguin going downhill will get out of the way of one going uphill so they can maintain momentum. That's so cool. And JB says, I just learned today that the Los Angeles City Council is working on a rodeo ban ordinance, which I'm 100% behind. So that means that people can't do the whole like bull, like can't rope cattle, can't like taunt bulls and stuff, I'm guessing. And Anne says Queen Elizabeth was the longest reigning English monarch. The only sovereign of any country with a longer tenure was King Louis the 14th of France in the 17th century. He reigned 2 years longer. Wow. That's actually really cool. That makes a lot of sense for her. I mean, she started out so young, but I didn't realize there was anybody who had ruled even longer than she did. He was practically a child. And Anne says King Louis XIV ascended to the throne at 4. Oh, he was a child. Okay. And Heidi says Jamie Dornan was cast as Strider Aragorn in the new movie The Hunt for Gollum. I think he is great. If you have to find someone to replace Viggo, he is a good choice. Jamie Dornan. And Kat says, I'm back. Welcome back, Kat. Rob says, Old Harbor Books. And Stina says, okay, I reread the first chapter of Assassin's Apprentice and I'm back into the story, so I'm good to continue with the audiobook. Good job. Heidi says, well, how are you liking Ray Naylor? I read some of the Octopus book, his Mountain. Oh, you mean The Mountain in the Sea? Yeah. What did you end up thinking about that, Heidi? Did you find it interesting at all? That book is definitely very philosophical about the nature of consciousness. This book is also philosophical, but it's far more politics based, I would say. I am really enjoying it. I'm finding all the moving pieces, which you know that I enjoy in stories, very captivating. So far, there have been, I believe, 6 different character perspectives, and it's trying to figure out like how everybody is tied together and how like they'll play a part in like everybody else's life. That was the really fun part too for The Mountain and the Sea, because everybody that you're introduced to, like it seems like it all comes together in the end. I love it when books come full circle. And Jamie says, finished my buddy read pages for The Princess and the Bride and sent notes to my buddy. Awesome. Kat says, I learned how to make cottage cheese egg tortilla and use it to make a wrap stuffed with avocado, tomatoes, and a sprinkle of cheese. Yeah, Kat was telling me about that yesterday, and I still need the recipe, Kat. And Jacqueline says, I learned the word petrichor several years back from an episode of Doctor Who. And Kat says, hey, Jacqueline, I'm excited to see you here, my friend. Zach says, I read 31 pages of Miss Woodhouse and Miss Fairfax. So far, it's exactly what I like in historical romance, so I think it's going to be really, really good. Woohoo! That's awesome. Angela says, I just learned during the sprint that my daughter bought herself a walking cane today. Her fibro has really been getting worse recently. Sad to hear your child needing that at her age. I am really sorry to hear that too, Angela. One of my very good friends, his name is Jake, suffers from fibromyalgia. And I mean, his is definitely impacted by the weather really bad, but sometimes like, you know, because I think it's considered an autoimmune disease, right? Like sometimes he just has flare-ups and stuff. And it sounds absolutely terrible. So I'm so sorry that your daughter is going through that. Zach says, the new word I learned this week was, oh no, pulchritudinous. Did I say that right? Pulchritudinous, which means extremely beautiful. That's so pulchritudinous. That does not sound like you're calling something pretty at all. It sounds like you're insulting it, but I love it. And Kat says, oh no, Angela, I'm sad to hear that. Yeah, me too. Kat says, yes, and we use Zach's word in Mad Libs on Wednesday. That's awesome. Jacqueline says, hello, Kat. I'll miss your Saturday morning momentum tomorrow because we're having a yard sale. Well, that sounds like fun. I'll watch the replay later in the day. I know Kat will appreciate that. Well, cool. I'll show you all. So this is why mine's a little bit different. I actually have something to show you for something I learned this past week. I didn't talk about it because I just got it on Saturday. So a friend of mine, her mom passed away many years ago, and they had to clean out the family's old house after her dad passed not that long ago. And I have known how to spin yarn for years. And when I was a child, I really wanted a spinning wheel, and they're really expensive and it wasn't practical, and I wouldn't have had anywhere to put it. So it was kind of just like a pipe dream. Like, hey, maybe one day it would be a neat thing to own. Well, my friend told me that her mom had an antique spinning wheel. And so she brought it all the way. I think it was North Carolina is where the house was. She drove all the way with it in her car and gave it to me this past Saturday, which was really awesome. It is missing some of the pieces, which I'll talk about, but I learned how to put a spinning wheel together, and I did that just by looking at pictures, which was fun. I mean, it wasn't overly complicated, but still I put it together. I have to try to find a good way to show this off on camera, but this is it. I'm setting it in my seat very awkwardly, but the wheel does work. It does have a working foot pedal. That's the foot pedal down here at the bottom. The part that it is missing is the flywheel and the bobbin, which goes between these two spokes right here. So when you spin the wheel, there's a piece of string that goes around the wheel, and it basically pulls the flywheel, and that's how you spin the yarn. So I have to try to figure out a way to either like have a custom flywheel made, because I believe this is a handmade item. I looked all over it. There are no markings for a manufacturer. I mean, like, I theorize it could have been made by somebody who was Amish. I mean, like, genuinely, there's no way to tell. So all the ones that I've seen online, there's ones that are very similar to this, but not identical to this model. And so I don't know whether I would be able to find that replacement part, or I might have to have somebody make it for me. And if I need somebody to make it, I haven't looked into it yet. Like, I might be able to find somebody to do it. I might be able to go to somebody who's Amish and ask them to make one for me. I don't know. But it would just be really cool to get this working again. It's very old. It needs a little bit of TLC, but I feel like I would be the person to give it that. And if I can get it to the point where I could actually use it, regardless of whether I use it frequently or if it's mostly a decorative piece, I still think it would be just absolutely incredible to be able to like know that it worked, you know. So that's my little bit. That's my bit of joy and happiness to share with you all. Kat says, "Oh, I hope you make a fortune at your yard sale." Yeah, no doubt. Angela says, "Thanks, Alex and Kat. I know it has to be bad for her to get the cane." And Heidi says, "I read about 30% of The Mountain and the Sea and never finished. It never reeled me in." Was that a pun, Heidi? Is that a pun? And Jamie says, "Yes, events like bull riding, bronc riding, and calf roping." Rob says, "Looks like it's been taken care of." Yeah, I bet you honestly it probably was shoved in a corner somewhere and nobody really touched it. I don't know whether I don't think the pieces got lost in transit because my friend Erin, who gave it to me, was very careful with everything. It's possible that when she got it, it wasn't complete in the first place, or like it was stored somewhere and they had no idea where it was, or they found the flywheel and didn't know what it went to. Who knows? But otherwise, it's in fairly good condition. It does wobble because there's a part that's loose, but I think that I can fix that. Maybe. I think I can. And Kat says, "That's awesome, Alex. Thank you. I'm excited about it." Zach says, "Miss Woodhouse and Miss Fairfax also use the phrase at sixes and sevens for being out of sorts. It's funny to have almost a 19th century 6-7 reference. 6-7." Heidi says, "This spinning wheel reminded me of the carpet makers." And Jamie says, "It looks fantastic, Alex. Thank you." Zach says, "It would be pronounced more like pulchritudinous. Pulchritudinous. Okay, thank you." And Angela says, "Yep, the Amish could probably help you with that, or you could get an antique dealer to look at it for you." Yeah, that's also a really good idea, an antique dealer. I hadn't really thought about that. I'll see what I can come up with. I will keep you all apprised of what I decide to do. And Zach says, "There is a rather large spinning community on YouTube. You could reach out to one of them, and I think they'll be very responsive to helping you." That's also true. Yeah, really good point. I had also thought about, as funny as it is, maybe reaching out on Reddit too, because I bet you I could probably find people who would know like the exact right part. So yeah, I have many options open to me, many avenues to go down. So I'm sure you all are right. I'll be able to find someone who can finish this thing, which would be so cool. I was just amazed when I turned the pedal and it actually spun. Like I was like one of the most, it was like a magical experience for me to look at this and think about like somebody having to figure out how to engineer it and, you know, to make their lives easier. I think that human inventions, especially like older ones where people like figured out for the first time how to do something and like make their life simpler, like the invention of the cotton gin is like so cool to me, because like it was such a hard thing to overcome at that time without access to like technology and 3D printing and stuff. Like you had to like get a lathe, you know, and make this stuff by hand, and I think that's awesome. So I could talk about it all day though. Alrighty, well, thank you for letting me go on about my latest acquisition. And I will go ahead and get our last question up for the evening. It's already 9 o'clock. My goodness. It's still bright outside. And of course, it's going to be the question I ask every week, which is what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? It could be big, could be small, could be something you did 5 minutes ago or something you did immediately after sprints last week. The important thing is just that you recognize that you have something that you've done that's awesome, regardless of what it is. You're here, you're still kicking. That's enough sometimes. So I will also change the clock here to do 30 minutes. And I actually think I'm going to do a little bit of doodling in my Procreate app on my iPad. And so I'm taking a break from reading, I think, for the rest of the night. Got 30 minutes up on the clock. I'm going to wish you all very happy reading or eating or whatever you're going to do. I'm going to have my edamame, and I will see you in a little bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. Of course, right when we come back, I have to sneeze. Oh, excuse me. Oh, before we left, I asked you all the question, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? I always look forward to hearing these. Let's see. And Stina says, I'm proud of myself for finally figuring out Zelle and using it to pay for tickets to an event this weekend. Yay! Very nice. And Kirst says, I don't know if I'm proud of myself, but I'm happy that I took the that I took the initiative to reschedule my jury duty to a week later in the year. That works better for me than the date they made me originally schedule for, which was going to be this Monday. Nope. Well, good job. That is something to be, I think that's an accomplishment. That's something to be proud of. Zach says, my friend's birthday that I've been talking about months was finally this week. I baked a Reese's chocolate peanut butter cake. Her and a newer friend's birthday poems. Well, that's super sweet of you to bake your friend a cake. I love that. And Angela says, I had my car detailed on Wednesday and put all new matte seat covers, steering wheel cover, trash bags, cup coasters, etc. in it on Thursday. It looks brand new. I'm so pleased with the way it looks. That's awesome. Good for you. Mine is similarly car related. So I think I told you all that I had to get a new brake caliper, and I ended up doing that this past Monday. And I was able to go in there and tell them, everything I had tried to do. And they took my word for it, like everything that I was talking to them about with like my brakes and the sliding pins and everything. And they actually ended up charging me less than what they quoted me for. And they also took the initiative to grease the sliding pins on the other side so that I wouldn't have the same problem that I ran into this time where I had to get a whole new caliper. And it's working absolutely fantastic. The horrible, god-awful creak is gone from my car. And I was a nervous wreck the whole time because I kept thinking that they were going to end up sending me a bill to be like, you have to have all these things done, but they didn't. They did the inspection. They said everything looked great, made me feel proud that I've been taking good care of my car. I've really been trying. There's a couple things for maintenance that I still need to do right now, but they're all things that I can take care of, and I know that I can. So yeah, I'm just trying to build that confidence still and feeling like I could do things that I haven't done before on my cars. So yeah, that's mine. And Kat says, I'm proud of starting my June personal challenge, which is focusing on health, fitness, and self-care. I'm off to a good start. Great job, Kat. Angela says, I also helped my daughter with getting the decorations and cake for my grandson's graduation party tomorrow. I'm giving him a beautiful navy leather wallet stuffed with lots of cash and a nice card. I'm sure that he will greatly appreciate that. And Anne says, I'm proud of myself for finding my voice and learning to talk back to people at doctor's offices. The insurance company called me to say they will not pay for a med. I called the doctor and she said, why did they call you and not us? I said, I didn't know that, but when I do, I go from here. That was Thursday morning and they never called back. Oh, well, I assume it's not as much of an emergency as they wanted to scare me into thinking that it was. I hate having to deal with insurance, and I'm currently dealing with some fun stuff with mine, and I haven't heard from my doctor's office yet about it, but there's 1 month of charges that I guess that they submitted a while back for my physical therapy. And those charges got declined because they had sent a letter to my provider. And after 2 months, they just didn't hear anything. So they closed out the case. All the other claims have gone through, not smoothly, but they did go through. So there's just going to be like one random month I have where I'm praying that my doctor's office doesn't go, well, your insurance declined it, so you just owe us the full amount, because that would be a buku amounts of money. To give you an idea, for 1 month of physical therapy with my insurance, it's over $800. So without it, it'd be terrible. And it wouldn't count towards my deductible if the insurance didn't know that I was having to pay it, right? So I'm hoping that can get worked out too. But I hate having to deal with the doctor's offices and insurance. I've never had to deal with anything like this before. It's something about the physical therapy office that they're just horrible at billing. I don't know why. And Jamie said, I'm proud of the fact that I might actually complete hardest reading challenge you'll ever do this year. I need to read 8 specific books between now and July 6th. It's doable since some are short. Well, good for you. That would be really hard. That would be impossible for me. And Nicole says, I made it back. Tell me about the food truck and the brief time that we have, since that was the final sprint. But let's see if you're still here, and we'll put it in there. Zach says, my favorite line in the book so far, and it was not the only wickedness that had been raised by the winsome Miss Woodhouse. She feared that this thing that fluttered within her chest even now was too delicious to be anything other than sinful. That's nice. Zach says, the kind of writing is why I like historical romance. Absolutely. Kat says, I'm answering comments on my last YouTube video. Yay! Everybody go watch Kat's video. The Eccentric Raven is here and says hello. Well, hi to you. And Rob says, Kat, yes, you are. And Jamie says, got a little reading done, started Platform Decay. Cool. Eccentric Raven says, I'm reading The Hiding Place by Corrie ten Boom, but more about World War II and the Holocaust. Well, I hope that you are enjoying that for as much as you can enjoy something that is about a very tough subject matter. And Angela says, thanks for the sprints, Alex. I met my 50-page-a-day quota for a Lonesome Dove. Yes, have a great week ahead. Yeah, you too, Angela. Thanks for coming. Jamie says, congrats on the car news, Alex. Thank you. And Rob says, thank you for sprints and enjoy the weekend. Bye, Sir Francis. Oh, I'm sorry. I almost forgot to tell you all. I will not be here next week because I'm taking Keaton out to an illusionist magician show next Friday. And it's in celebration of his birthday. So it's something that I really want to do for him, and I'm excited about. So I apologize that I will not be here, but hopefully we'll be back the following week. Kat says, ha, Rob. And Nicole says, I had chicken bacon ranch waffle fries from the waffle fry truck. That sounds awesome. Zach says, my June reading plans are called Junkyard June, where I'm prioritizing trashy fun and things I've been meaning to get to for a while. I love that. That's a great idea. Kat says, The Hiding Place is a terrific book. And Rob says, excuse me? I know, I'm sorry. But it's going to be fun. I found it. Keaton said he was interested in it. I presented him with options of things that we could go do, because I was like, do you want me to come up with something? Do you have something you want to do? And he's like, you can come up with some ideas. So I presented it to him, and I was like, oh, surely I don't know anybody who has ever gone to this ever. Well, we met with my mom for dinner this past week. And I told her that I booked those tickets. She goes, oh yeah, I've been to that show. They make it really fun. And I was like, well, at least I know that it's a good show. Thank goodness. Because if I took him out for his birthday and it was bad, I'd feel terrible about that. And Nicole says, have fun. That sounds great. Yeah, it should be a really entertaining time. Keaton is very much all about, like, he was a theater kid. So if they were to call him up, he would fully participate. He would be all about it. And Kat says, how fun for you and Keaton. Happy birthday, Keaton. Yeah, thank you. I'll let him know. Stan says, thanks for the sprints and chat. Have a great week, everybody. You too. Jimmy says, that sounds fun. Happy birthday to Keaton. Thank you. Kat says, thanks for sprints, Alex. Have a wonderful week, everyone. You too. And Rob says, don't call me Shirley. Happy birthday, Keaton. Yeah, airplane reference. Very nice. Zach says, the fancy word for sleight of hand magic is prestidigitation. Prestidigitation? I feel like I've heard that term. I'm sure I have. Yeah, Rob, that was a good joke. Angela says, magicians are great entertainers. Enjoy. Thank you. With that, good night, everybody. I'll see you soon. Bye.